Well, our very grateful thanks there to BBC Devon for bringing us some entertaining music and, of course, lots of excellent information about enjoying yourselves during the course of today and tomorrow at this fabulous English Riviera Airshow. Now we're going to get started in the air very soon, so please, I noticed that the sea and the wind has pushed most of you back onto the beach, which is actually perfect timing because that is one of our safety requirements. You're okay to paddle, but please don't venture any further out into the sea, as that is all part of our designated exclusion area. And you see, that's why all the boats are parked so far away, because the main display area is something that we have to sanitize and keep protected to ensure the full safety of all the pilots involved at the same time. Now, a few other points to remember to help enjoy yourselves. Make sure you keep hold of everything, won't you? There's no doubt there's going to be some hats flying during this breeze here. Do hang on to everything, including your family as well, of course. Any fog blowing about in the air can cause a flight safety risk, as does flying anything, such as a kite, a drone or a balloon. Please keep all those firmly in the boxes, in your bags, or preferably in the boot of your car. And that'll keep us all safe for the afternoon. Now, if you haven't picked up a program yet, do that as soon as you can. Absolutely key for you to help you enjoy the day itself, and to really make sure that you also know what is on the ground. There are an awful lot of exhibits, both here in the Paynton Green, but also up at Preston Green as well, where I'm told there's a lot more space for you to spread out. There's a whole host of armed forces stands and displays as well, plus the Paynton Heritage Society's History of Aviation in Paynton. But settle down now and make sure you've got everybody ready. We've got about 10 minutes to go to start the flying. Well, the great news is I hear the radio waves crackling into life, which means just a few minutes to go now, so time to get yourself settled on the beach. About 10 minutes, and we'll be bringing the first aircraft on. A beautiful display for you, and it's just the most wonderfully romantic and impressive machine in the Catalina. But all these things take an awful lot of hard work, so before we get going, a massive thanks to the entire event team here that have put this together, and all our sponsors in particular as well. Headlining those sponsors, Big Wave, who've been particularly helpful with developing the IT support and design to the whole web feel of this particular show, but also to Mercure and Ibis hotels for providing sufficient and significant financial support. But it's your help as well we need during the course of the afternoon. Buying a program would get that started well, but also if you see the bucket collectors with their red t-shirts on, do give as generously as you can, because it'll all help to keep this show going. And of course, we all know times are not easy, so make the most of it, enjoy it, and once again, do keep a close hold on all your belongings in this breezy day we've got here at the moment. Well, it's time to get your eyes working out there in that rather hazy-looking sky out to the distance. You might just pick our first aircraft out. Boys and girls, it always helps when you see it to point it out. It helps me as well locate where they're all coming from. Just a couple of minutes to go. Well, the wonderful sounds of Chris Rea there, just settling us into what is now going to be, I hope, a really, really lovely afternoon. And we're blessed with an aircraft we don't see too often around the rest of the country. It's based across in East Anglia at Duxford, but it is arguably the most famous and successful flying boat ever built. It's out at distance, sort of half left from where you're sat at the moment. You might just be able to pick it out, and it's due to join us within the next 2 minutes or so. Just coming in very slowly. It's a wonderful, graceful albatross of the sea, and a very, very famous aircraft indeed. I just hear the crew now checking in with flying control to say they're ready to display. So let's sit back and enjoy the arrival of the fabulous Catalina flying boat. So if you haven't picked it up yet, cast your eyes over to the left-hand side towards Tool Key there, and welcome this fabulous aircraft. More of these built than any other flying boat type in the world. Over 3,000 in North America and a couple of dozen in Russia. Produced in both flying boat and amphibious versions, the difference being, of course, therefore, that the amphibious has wheels as well. And during the course of the display, you'll see those come out of their side pontoons at the bottom of the fuselage. They were used in virtually all the theatres of operation in World War II and by the Allied Air Forces and the US Navy as well for a whole series of different activities: anti-submarine warfare, coastal patrol, convoy escort and air-sea rescue. And there are many, many famous stories of the encounters they had and the successes they had as well in rescuing downed fighter pilots from the channels and the seas around frontiers of the conflict area. John Harmsworth at the controls today with able crew. It is possible to buy shares in this aircraft should you wish to get involved. As I say, it's based across at Duxford, and it's just the most graceful, iconic of machines. And of course, those engines high up on the wings to avoid as much ingress of seawater as is possible when they are required to put the pontoons out and land on the sea. And again, you'll see those deployed during the course. But just look at the size and shape of it, a massive lumbering, absolutely delightful aircraft. The Catalina, or PBY as it was known to the US Navy, was very closely involved in the attack on Pearl Harbor, the interception of the Japanese invasion force on its way to Ceylon, the sinking, the discovery and shadowing, I should say, of the Bismarck prior to its destruction, and the sinking of several dozen U-boats. Crews of this aircraft claim 2 of the 4 Victoria Cross medals awarded to Coastal Command crews. And after the war, surplus Catalinas, there you see now on this pass the outrigger pontoon floats that helped stabilize the aircraft when required to land on the sea itself. And of course they had to do that to rescue many of those downed fighter pilots, themselves taking enemy fire as well And in one occasion, a longish story, the crew themselves were not able to get their own Catalina back in the air again. Surplus machines were, although serving with numerous military and commercial operators around the world, found new leases of life as forest fire water bombers, survey aircraft, and as air display stars, as you're seeing here today. Around 14 or 15 of these are airworthy. This one known as Miss Pickup being the most active. Alongside John in the aircraft today, we've got Jeff Boyling, and the crew chief today is Roger Jackson. Monitoring, of course, the controls, power outputs, the efficiency and performance of the aircraft, whilst John does the difficult work of positioning the aircraft for you to see it at its best angles. I mentioned the opportunity to buy shares, which you can do in this. It's owned by a syndicate of shareholders, both pilots and non-pilots. And it gives you an unusual opportunity to take part in the ownership and operation of such an extraordinary machine. In the last Fly Past magazine, there is a feature on the Catalina and an article on one of those VC winners, John Cruikshank. He was one of the Coastal Command Catalina pilots awarded the decoration, and believe it or not, is still alive at the age of 104, and is the last surviving World War II VC Hong Kong. The co-pilot today, Jeff Boyling himself, is planning a trip to the Shetlands in July to commemorate the two VCs that have been awarded. The aircraft was built by the Canadian Vickers company at Cartierville in Quebec for the Royal Canadian Air Force in the autumn of 1943. Designated as a Canso A, as the Canadians called it. And the aircraft hunted enemy submarines patrolling day and night along the coast of Western Canada. And after the war, it was used briefly as a freighter before joining a search and rescue flight, where it served until finally being sold in 1961. You'll agree with it, it's utterly graceful, and it's a real workhorse. You can fly these literally for hours and hours out on patrol. It did its time as a water bomber fighting forest fires all over Canada, and with some work in France and Chile as well. But was then purchased for an African safari flight project. Had some passenger seats, a one-piece hull blister put in, and a rear air stair. And you can see those blister windows as the aircraft comes by in this pass. Never really took off as a major business, but it has provided a fantastic opportunity for passenger flying to enable them to enjoy not just the vast area inside the fuselage, but of course, we say, to get a fantastic view outside as well. Very sadly, John there just comes up on the air to say that's his final pass, but if you're ever across in East Anglia, then do go across and visit them, and you'll get a close-up view of Miss Pickup herself, painted on both sides of the hull. That's a character based on the notably Miss Lace, created by the legendary wartime cartoonist Milton Cannon. Absolute delight. Now we're going to be continuing this maritime theme. We've got a very, very large section from both the Royal Navy and Navy Wings, the charity that supports the continuance of heritage aircraft that have had a Royal Navy pedigree in the air. And we're going to see a very unique formation now, something that I certainly haven't seen before. It's going to consist of 3 aircraft. the current in-service anti-submarine and radar fitted Wildcat helicopter, but alongside that we're hoping to see two other aircraft, the notable, somewhat perhaps a little bit more recognisable sound of a Wasp, and then leading that formation, also belonging to Navy wings, a Stinson Reliant. So I just hear the slight pause there as they're just waiting for clearance now for the Catalina to be well clear of the area before that formation comes in. Now, interesting enough, many years ago, of course, you will have heard the various whistles and sounds that are associated with the Royal Navy, steeped in tradition going back as the senior service, of course, many hundreds of years. And flying stations is a call to man the aircraft, and it goes something like this. And that would be the call to arms. Of course, it's all very different now, digital text and everything else, but in those days, alongside the flags would be the bugle and the whistle calls, to ensure that everybody was ready for action stations. The solo Wasp in the formation here, over on the left-hand side, just coming across the headland now. A venerable operator in so many different spheres of activity. And the Wildcat you see on the outside there will be also performing in its Black Cat role, sadly as a solo currently, but hopefully there'll be a pair during the course of the year developing. Very unusual formation, this certainly covering several decades of Royal Navy aviation and the many deeds that they did. More on the detail in a moment. It's a unique photographic opportunity for you enthusiasts out there. You may think that lead aircraft a curious one, and you're probably not terribly familiar with it either. But it was built by the Stinson Aircraft Company of Detroit in 1943. One of 573 transferred to the Royal Navy under the Lend-Lease arrangement. And this American civil aircraft first appeared in 1933. 500 military Goldwing versions were transferred to the Royal Navy, so a large number of them, and unusually now we see them so rarely. Employed extensively by the Fleet Air Arm between 1943 and 1946, primarily for navigational training, but also as a communications aircraft for many second-line units. That roar you hear coming from the mighty Nimbus engine on the Wasp, that's on the far side as the aircraft passes. This their brake pass, so the end of this they will be braking formation and going into their individual routines. Initially with the Wasp. And now I mentioned Navy Wings a few times, and now that is a charity that has been supporting the Royal Navy's aviation heritage for many years, but has transformed with the utilisation of the collection into the relatively newly formed Navy Wings Heritage Flight, taking on the role of preserving and flying these historic naval aircraft for all of you to enjoy and admire. The main aim of the organisation is to inspire future generations to remember the service and sacrifice of those involved with naval flying and promote a deeper understanding of the important part played by the Royal Naval Air Service and the Fleet Aeronaut. It is yet another entirely publicly donation-funded charity aiming to keep these superb aircraft in the sky. They've got quite a stable of aircraft. Of course, the most famous probably being the Swordfish. They also have a Seafire, Wasp you're seeing today. The Stinson, of course, the Harvard, you'll see an example of that a little later in the show. The Tiger Moth, a Seahawk and a Sea Fury, as well as two chipmunks they use for training. The Wasp, however, very much a workhorse of the decks and the campaigns of many Royal Navy actions and campaigns. Very strong aircraft, able to be flexibly operated with weaponry as well. Painted in the colours of HMS Aurora's Wasp Light. That was one of those Leander class frigates, and flown today by Tim Delafos of Navy Wings. He had previous service on Sea Kings with the Royal Navy, and then went on to fly many types in his 32 career at British Airways, mostly Boeing Airbuses. Originally, the aircraft was called the Sea Scout, primarily because it was developed alongside the Army Scout. It was one of the world's first frigate-based helicopters. First flew in 1963 and served with great accomplishment and skill and success right through until 1988. Replaced in the mid-80s by the Lynx and now the Wildcat, you will be seeing very shortly. Of course, the big difference between the Army and the Navy, examples of this aircraft being the wheels, and the wheels are fitted to maritime aircraft to allow them to be manoeuvred around the deck of a ship. Fitted, as I mentioned, with a Rolls-Royce Nimbus engine, giving you about just over 700 horsepower. Was able to carry, though, 2 torpedoes or 2 anti-ship missiles, plus a GPMG. That, of course, is the well-known general-purpose machine gun. The very first missile to be fired in anger by the Royal Navy was from a Wasp in the Argentinian, or rather at an Argentinian submarine, the ARA Santa Fe, during the Falklands Conference. Successful hit in that particular case, preventing it submerging, and thus the sub was captured. In addition to the pilots, who I gather is not Tim today, it's actually Steve Daniels, another familiar name in Royal Navy aviation. And alongside him would be an air crewman who assists with whatever the mission happens to be, if it of course involves engagement with enemy combat, then of course he would act as the missile aimer or gunner. Not being used, it can be used by 4 passengers, and would also have a hook for underslung loads and a winch for SAR work as well, that's search and rescue. But given the bulging cabin that it has, and that's quite wide, and that is designed specifically so you can get a stretcher across the back seat. Exactly the same design as the Army version of the Scout. Very much a utility machine though. There's so many of these types, often referred to as the ship's Land Rover. British, was conceived originally as part of the Saunders Row Empire, partly based at in the Eastleigh area of Sydney Southampton Airport and also on the Isle of Wight. And being a maritime helicopter, as they all are today, the Wasp has folding elements, both the tail and the main rotors, to enable ship stowage. Deck securing system, negative pitch to stick the Wasp to a heaving deck, and I think many of us will have seen. And there is Steve just giving you a nod and a wave. Do give all the crew a wave, won't you, boys and girls, during the course of the afternoon. They can't hear you, but they do appreciate it, and they can look at you as well. So they'll be very pleased with this massive crowd we've got here today. Absolutely fantastic turnout. Many of these aircraft also serve with the Commando Assault Squadrons, 845 and 848, Naval Air Squadrons, right through until 1973. Back into full operational service with them when the war with Argentina broke out in 1982, along with 7 reserve frigates and helicopters, which were all recommissioned for active service in the South Atlantic. That's Steve signing off there, but we'll see obviously more of them. I hope you're going to stay with us throughout the course of the whole weekend. So continuing the theme now, next up we will see the Stinson Reliant in the hands of Mark Jameson. Keeping our eyes out now. Of course, the aircraft keeping the main area sanitized. You see that exclusion zone stretching way out to the left and right. And I'd just like to thank you for your cooperation. We see Mark now showing off the Stinson, very colourful aircraft. You can hear the roar of that wonderful Lycoming R680 machine. Very much, as I mentioned, a comms and navigational training aircraft. Very practical, very stable aircraft, very good for leading formations as well, particularly of dissimilar types. Not an easy thing to do. Being the shape and size it is, unsurprisingly not a super fast aircraft. Flies generally at around 120 miles an hour, but plenty of fuel on board to cover around 800 miles. Once again, of course, also all these fragile older aircraft are treated very, very gently, so no massively dynamic manoeuvres, and just showing you off the agility and stability, and also it's very neat. Of course, got a bit of wind there helping it to make that turn look relatively tight. Strain level here around about 100 knots at 100 feet. Going to come back into what we call a wing over. Just a very useful and graceful repositioning maneuver used by all pilots, particularly in the military. In this case, not manoeuvring into that, deciding to take a tighter turn, just adjusting for the wind. And going straight into a figure of 8. The aircraft served fairly extensively right through until 1946, mainly in the roles described, and retired to the USA after the war, and eventually all became civil registered aircraft as well. Generally carrying a pilot and 3 other passengers, very versatile. And, I had a pretty solid feel to it. You can see just by the shape and size of it. Very, very practical aircraft, ideally suited for what we would call general purpose duties. Believe it or not, this aircraft is now 81 years old this month. Radius turn there, showing the agility, despite a very large high wing, nonetheless still a very maneuverable aircraft. It's also a very useful tailwheel training aircraft for the pilots who are progressing through their training from the chipmunks that the Navy Wings company holds back at Yeovil. Doesn't do a great deal of display flying, so it's really pleasant to see this lovely aircraft here with us today. And here demonstrating its very, very slow speed, handling characteristics, almost hovering there, particularly just leaning into the wind. Very, very good for what we call stall operations, that short takeoff and landing. All these aircraft that are operated by Navy Wings are just given a set number of years to operate each year, just to minimise the maintenance costs. Some are often seen displaying a little more than others, and of course all require training time as well. You can become a supporter once again. All these charities keeping these aircraft going, always looking for as much assistance as they can. You can easily log on to their site if you wish, navywings.org.uk. Your annual subscription is £36, and you can become part of the Navy Wings family, enjoying all sorts of special supporter days. Clearly merchandising involved in that as well, but I'll leave you to discover the rest of the information, where you'll be able to see the full lineup of aircraft and details about the crews that fly them. So I just hear Mark there calling up. This is Laugh Pass. You see him wing waggling. You know what to do, boys and girls. Give him a big wave, won't you? Yeah, he's come up with this very, very graceful machine. All the way from Yeovilton. And clearly having a great time as well. So we've got 2 out of 3 so far. You've seen the Wasp, seen the Stinson Reliant. Next up, a little more dynamic activity now from a frontline aircraft. This being the Black Cat Wildcat, also from Yeovilton. And I hear them on the radio now behind me, just chatting away, positioning and getting ready for their show. New crew this year, but a very popular act. Have been on the road for many, many years. When I say many years, they've been a popular fixture on the airshow circuit from way back in 2001 when they were known as the Lynx Pair. In those days, with the support of the Royal Navy and also Augusta Westland, now known as Leonardo helicopters, they adopted the name of the Black Cats. Now, if you don't know anything about that, that's another good spoofing game, and the military is full of these. In this case, it was derived from the Lynx Wildcat of 702 Naval Air Squadron's badge, and also combining that with the naval slang of black catting, which means pretty much getting something over on your chum. In other words, doing something better than another person. And I hear it's just been called clear for display. They'll be running in straight in front of you, putting into a 500-foot hover before conducting what they call a nose over. Flown today by Lieutenant Michael Vivian and Lieutenant Scott Scotty. You can see them now with the light on, coming in low level, as fast as they can do it at around 120 knots and about 100 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Royal Navy Black Cats. Designation of the aircraft is actually an Augusta Westland 159 Wildcat, a combat helicopter. Basically the latest generation with cutting-edge sensors and mission equipment. And alongside, of course, this being a combat aircraft fitted with 2 weapon systems, the Future Anti-Service Guided Weapon Program, which led to systems for a mixed weapons effect. Martlet, a laser-guided rocket system from Thales, entering service in 2021. And also the Heavy Sea Venom, a guided anti-shipping missile produced by MBDA. So no slacker, this aircraft. Nose there, producing housing a particularly good radar. Again, configuration, but you can also hear the power and just see the obvious maneuverability of this aircraft. Using a lot of the power, speed and dynamic energy to pull through various wing overs there. Coming back now into a more stable position. slowing the helicopter down. Just giving you a demonstration of slow speed maneuverability. Making it look very simple. Can be tricky, these sort of maneuvers, particularly with the strong winds coming from right behind you. Captain of this aircraft, Vivian, joined the Royal Navy back in 2013, has been operating the Wildcat since 2017 and had a number of deployments to the Middle East, supporting maritime security operations there with the Force Protection Team based on the Queen Elizabeth carrier, and was the first flight to carry one of those Marklet missiles. Alongside him, Scotty has been operating the aircraft also for the same year, but spent most of his time up until recently on counter-narcotics operations in the Gulf of Oman, before training as a maritime counter-terrorism flight pilot. Both of them now pilot instructors in the Operational Conversion Unit, training the latest generation of Wildcat aircraft in the art of maritime strike. Very similar to the use of the Wasp. The Army have their own version of this in a slightly different roles. Of course, theirs is primarily in target acquisition and reconnaissance and surveillance operations. They work very closely in advance of the Apache aircraft deployments. But now the crew, their chance to give you a little nod. They're coming in stable hover, and they will now go into what we call a rearwards transition, going up, giving you a little bow. You know what to do, don't you? They can see a lot of you. Great chance to give them a little wave as well. Now turn this into a climbing pirouetting maneuver, right back up to 500 feet. Again, easy to lose your situational awareness here, but keeping absolutely on the button. The whole art is to keep the aircraft directly above the point at which you departed. It's also useful in combat zones to go up as high as you can before departing to avoid small arms fire. So very handy clearance and reconnaissance turn as well to clear the air and the space above and below you. Black Cat Squadron is, the parent squadron is 825 Naval Air Squadron. They're part of the Wildcat Maritime Force, and they're responsible for training all the Wildcat pilots and observers, and looking after all the flights aboard Royal Navy frigates and destroyers around the world. Of course, they operate very, very differently. Rather than deploying in flights, many of them deploy individually out to operate off the backs of decks. And no mean art, and a really tough job, you can imagine, in the harsh maritime environment. Excellent tight turn there. Effectively a 270-degree wing over, and this will be their final pass. They're going to go out to the right-hand side, and then no doubt give you a bit of a rotor rock on their way back through, and this will be their final pass now coming up. I'd like to thank very much your support here and that of the Riviera Airshow organisers as well. Their primary sponsors being Leonardo Helicopters and Breitling. I hope you've enjoyed it. Boys and girls, do give them a wave as they fly off and get ready to fight another day. The whole aim being to continue to promote the ongoing work of the Royal Navy and the Fleet Air Arm, both global, modern and ready. And I'm sure if you're interested in joining them, you can talk to some friendly staff along the military village further down the painted route. Excellent. Well, we're going to continue the theme as we go along, because Navy Wings also owns a T6 hub, and that'll be with us in just a couple of minutes. A much meatier, greater presence in many ways, this particular aircraft. We've just reset the scene, just check the safety parameters again, and it'll be with us in just a few moments.
Yeah, okay, so if you go to menu, then you go to, I used to do it all the time. No, I don't think it's even in there. Can I just try something real quick? Got an idea. Can I just use in? That's right. How do I used to do it? Oh, wait, I think I've got it. I think I've got it. Hang on. Bro, I don't want to touch that. I just want to... I used to do it all the time on this. How can I forget? Have you got the microphone off as well?
Just a reminder to keep all your belongings with you. Keep an eye on the children, won't you? I know it's gone a little bit hazy, but that sun is still very, very strong. So please ensure they got a hat on, drink plenty of fluids, and have got plenty of sunscreen as well. If you see anything that's remotely suspicious or concerns you, just speak to any of our friendly staff guides and assistants. We have plenty of volunteers around here to help the day. And do please give generously when you see the bucket collectors. We'll be taking a break during the flying display this afternoon to give you a chance to make sure you're topped up with teas and coffees and sandwiches and all the essential things, get some merchandise, and of course, if you haven't got that program yet, please do so. Just £10, excellent value for money, full of some superb photography, and of course, all the information you need to enjoy your weekend here with us. So that'll be after the Fury flies at around 10 to 4. But during that period, if you're interested in seaborne activity, then you might want to stick around to see the amazing antics on a flyboard. That'll just be for about 40 minutes or so, and then, of course, flying right through until around 5:30 this evening, completing the day with the fantastic Red Arrows. Great to see them back with a 9-ship formation. It's been a couple of years since we've seen them flying in a 9-ship. So following the next aircraft, which will be the Harvard, we'll then have a notable Sea King. Now many of you will remember those, I'm sure, and patrols, doing search and rescue patrols up and down the coast of Britain for many, many decades. Then the Fury, and then some high adrenaline turbo action will be after the break for the final finale. A very, very good series of aircraft that is indeed, which will just knock your socks off. So keeping our eyes open now, I hear them checking in. So this aircraft's got a little more punch, a little more power, and also it's a little more aerobatic than what you've seen. So it's a great training aircraft. It's used very much as an intermediary, has been used for literally decades and decades to train thousands of pilots en route from flying the smaller tailwheel aircraft such as the Chipmunk on their way to flying the modern warbirds of their day during the 40s and 50s. If you've just joined us, a very warm welcome to you. I know it's getting a little busy on Paynton Green. There is more room up on the Preston Green. Do pick up a program if you've just arrived and settle in, enjoy. There's plenty more flying to come. Keep your eyes out now to the left-hand side to pick up the Harvard. And here it comes in low and fast in the hands today of Alistair McLaren from Navy Wings. Providing very much a similar roar, but greater than that of the Reliant, the Stinson that you saw earlier on today. This one hosting a very large R1340 Wasp radial engine, giving 600 horsepower. Could be used not just as a trainer, but in combat as well, able to carry up to 3 7.62 machine guns. Putting up now into a graceful barrel roll and really stretching it out as well. That is just glorious from Alistair there. And of course, what he's doing, he's carving the shape as if he's going around the outside of a standard large beer barrel. All these guys making it look easy, but I can assure you thousands of years of experience behind most of these guys. Coming out of that barrel roll into a wing over, handling it very gracefully indeed. This, what we call a bottom side pass. Cruises around about 170 miles an hour, can get up to 200 in a dive, but decent operating range of around 750 miles, able to get up to 21,000 feet as well. This time pulling up on the right-hand side there into what we call a half Cuban. Just comes over the top of that loop, just gives the stick a little bit of a push there, straightens the aircraft out and then rolls it through 180 degrees back into a straight line. Very shortly you'll be pulling up into a loop. Here again, just look, it's just wonderfully graceful flying this, nothing harsh, just very gentle on the controls, just using the energy that he has in the aircraft itself. Used now primarily to train the pilots of Navy Wings. This is the US version of the very successful Harvard family, dating back to the late 1930s. Over 17,000 of these were built. Known predominantly in the US Navy as the Texan, primarily because most of the aircraft were built down in Texas, is the T6. And those fitted with the deck hook as well. Definitely a favourite with many pilots, and a considerable number of aircraft still fly racing at Reno in the USA, or displaying solo and with formation teams right across the world. Coming back in now for the second barrel roll. There, you continue turning all the time. It's a really lovely maneuver. There's not much G on this. You can do it with very low loadings. A lovely maneuver. From this wing over, if you're going out onto what we call the B axis, that's a line straight out from where you're sitting, straight out to sea. And then coming in to present a quarter cloak. Very much a stepping stone aircraft this, en route to larger engine warbirds. It's a little heavier, and of course the piston handling as well, invaluable as a training and assessment aircraft. Very nice, gentle aerobatic manoeuvres here from Alistair. Just go through one more wing over. From that, it'll come back into what we call an oblique loop, where neither vertical nor flat. You'll get a very, very interesting view of the aircraft as it goes through that. Can be a little bit twitchy, this aircraft on the runway, frequently leading to what the most embarrassing of pilot activities, a ground loop. In all other respects, being supercharged with a constant speed prop and retractable undercarriage, it's a really, really good machine to fly. So they're almost stopping it in the sky in front of you. Many of the training aircraft painted yellow, of course. Yellow and black considered to be the most conspicuous colours. This particular aircraft was built by the Canadian Car and Foundry company in 1954. Used initially to train USAF pilots as part of the or rather the Air Force in West Germany, as part of the NATO work they were doing there. One of 120 T6s supplied to them across in Germany. Once it became surplus to requirements after the war, it went on to be part of the Portuguese Air Force and used by them through till 1975. Operating in Mozambique, of all places. Flown there apparently many armed counterinsurgency flights. Fitted with a mixture of guns, rockets, napalm and bombs as well. And there, Alistair completing his display and shooting off into the wild blue yonder after a very impressive, very graceful display indeed. Just a quick moment to thank once again all our supporters and sponsors and partners for their generous support, particularly the English Riviera Bid Company, the guardian of the English Riviera brand, with a focus on attracting year-round every year visitors to the Bay. Big Wave Media, a full-service marketing agency, been very helpful with design and IT work. And the headline sponsors for this year, the Mercure and Ibis Styles Hotels, Both hotels offering guests a unique and special leisure and dining experience. Amongst the gold sponsors, we've got Persimmon Homes, the Great Western Railway, the travel partner for this air show, and Kent's Cavern as well, showcasing the amazing geological heritage of Torbay. Torbay Pharmaceuticals, Barnes Aerospace, and amongst our silver sponsors, Landscove Holidays, Cavana Homes, and Wesley Offshore, providing bronze sponsorship as well. So huge thanks to all of them. But don't let's forget Torbay Gin if you need a little tipple before you move on home this evening. Alongside Sabotage, an internationally renowned street artist for the limited edition label on the bottom as well. Located in the Artisan Marquee. Go and check that out as well as all the other things. And don't forget the Military Village down at the southern end of Peyton Green as well. Well, we're looking out now for what was a really an amazingly familiar sight around the beaches of UK around 20 to 30 years ago. The crew's often training on hot summer afternoons and providing entertainment for many, many people during the course of those holidays. It is, of course, a Sea King. This one now in the hands, amongst many others, for Andrew Whitehouse down at Historic Helicopters in Chard, in Somerset, and has built up the most incredible collection of aircraft, predominantly ex-Royal Navy, but also, as with SAR, occasionally Royal Air Force aircraft as well. So keep your eyes peeled once again for this next, and very much it's been an amazing maritime section, and absolutely appropriate given where we're operating here today. Out on the left-hand side, running in, the Sea King HAR-3. The aircraft first entered service with the Royal Air Force back in 1978, and the 3A, which followed on in 96. Both marks were used in the search and rescue role, and in those days operated from 6 locations around the UK, with each location providing 2 aircraft. In the hands today of Michael Malrick Smith, a well-known name in helicopter aviation, himself a past Royal Navy pilot, then went into commercial and predominantly spent a lot of time in commercial film opportunities as well. Had the most remarkable career, spent a lot of time managing and working with Castle Air, and now in the latter years assisting with the heritage provision of these aircraft. We should hopefully see a variety of different activities from the Sea King and Michael here today. These aircraft were originally assigned to 22, 78, 202 and 203 Squadron. British license-built versions of what was the American Sikorsky S-61 helicopter of the same name, and developed by Westland Helicopters. But they are pretty different from those. These fitted with Rolls-Royce Gnome engines, and with British-made anti-submarine warfare systems and a fully computerized flight control system. Primarily designed for performing anti-submarine warfare, Sea King was variant was also adopted by Westlands as a troop transport known as the Commander. A real workhorse of a helicopter. Got all sorts of little additions. The windscreens of these can be jettisoned to allow the crew to escape in an emergency. Usually flown by 2 pilots, but can be single-handed as well. And the crew, including a winch operator and a winchman at the same time. So 4 crew, generally speaking, in the entire crew on a mission. But you can see its utility because the fuselage itself is able to carry up to 22 survivors or up to a dozen stretcher cases. So a true workhorse. Fitted with the searchlights, I think you called sight up just as it was coming in. The winch is mounted just above the port cabin door. Now we're hoping to see a little bit of a demonstration of winching as well from this aircraft. Something that was regularly seen often with the RNLI lifeboats in hand as well. Sadly, none of that today. They provided a wide range of services in both the Navy and the Royal Air Force, as well as wartime roles in the Falklands War, the Gulf War, the Balkans conflict, Iraq and Afghanistan as well. The Sea King is probably most well known in its capacity as a Royal Navy search and rescue and Royal Air Force search and rescue force. Navy being in red and grey, and the RAF in the colour you see today, the yellow livery. There you see the winchman now deploying. Very stable, and I see him doing a few acrobatics himself on the end of that winch line as well. Very amusing stuff. And the winchman also had the ability just to adjust very, very minutely, about 10% worth of the control function, just to finally pinpoint the helicopter over the rescue candidate. Really good to see this back. Brilliant stuff. Of course, it all looks very enjoyable on a day like this, but of course some of the work that they used to do in those days still do. Of course, it's under contract now with the Coast Guard agency, but the work they do not just at sea but in mountain rescue as well, absolutely critically important. But frequently accidents happen in the worst of all weathers, and this very, very demanding but an incredibly stable and efficient aircraft in which to conduct rescues in very, very poor weather. This particular aircraft, 597, was one of a small number of Sea Kings to have been originally painted in the dark sea grey for duty in the post-war Falkland Islands. But having joined historic helicopters, was able to return to flight, now registered with the CAA as SKNG, standing for Sea King, of course. currently featured, well, a little while ago now. It was about a year or so ago now. Some of you may have seen the BBC One Sunday evening drama programme Vigil. And another of the historic helicopters, heritage helicopters, will be featuring in yet more television series. So these aircraft are very valuable, not just for the heritage of the nation, but also to help with any dramatic influence or activities that we need to record in yesteryear as well. Of course, in their search and rescue roles, they had a very good amount of navigational equipment to help them through that bad weather and to actively locate wherever the particular issue was, using multi-band homing systems, satellite nav systems, and their own CERT radar on board as well, together with a large selection, a range of radio frequencies and avionics kit. Able to enhance the use of the main rescue hoist, of course, also with other emergency rescue equipment, connections, and medical equipment such as incubators if and when required. Completing that winching sequence, off now to the left-hand side for a teardrop turn back towards us. Crews also would have been assisted with night vision goggles. Forming a series of S-turns now just to get the adrenaline back up again. Get the speed going. Operating around about 18 knots now, a couple of hundred feet. Towards the end of this row, a little bit of a surprise, I hope, coming our way for their final run. Let's wait and see. So coming back in now, I think for his final pass. Well, he's obviously going to turn around and come back and maybe make this one, because I was hoping to see something pop out of the cabin. Now, keep your eyes on the Sea King. And here it is, yeah. We're hoping to see the RAF ensign being dropped out. And again, something we haven't seen for quite some while. It's terrific to see the crews from Chard there getting some, we refer to pretty much as sort of roll equipment involved back in the air display. It's really superb stuff. So once again, a good one for you photographic enthusiasts out there. In the hands today of Michael Malrick Smith from historic helicopters down at Chard. The venerable very distinctive Westland Sea King R3 X-ray Zulu 597. So give them all a huge wave. They've been working very hard in this cockpit here today, and I think bringing back a very unique display, something we haven't seen for many, many years. And it's a real pleasure to see them here. And I think this one must be the last pass, so great chance once again. If you're having fun, yeah, they're hoisting it back in. Well done, the crew from Historic Helicopters. Great performance. Just hear the crew now signing off, departing to the north, and very well done indeed. Absolute pleasure. I know it's perhaps only a certain generation that may recall messing about on the beaches all those decades ago, but it was a familiar, such a familiar sight to see the Sea Kings around the coastline at weekends, all those summer days. But of course, in reality, they worked jolly hard and certainly earned their salary in so many different ways, both in combat areas, but also in the civilian guise, rescuing so many people, both in the mountains and out at sea as well. So we're coming towards the end of this first half, where you're going to get a bit of a afternoon break to stack up on the rations and sunscreen and water and programs and all those things that you need. And we're going to finish off in exciting terms with a true warbird. This one being a Fury. You may well have heard of a Sea Fury. Well, they were made in both guises, of course, not just for operating with the Royal Navy as well. Particular one you're going to see has an interesting heritage to it, and has the type itself been involved in many historic combat missions as well. During the course of the break, I mentioned that we're going to also have a flyboard demonstration. That'll be in about 30 minutes from now. And definitely worth seeing from what I'm told. Certainly some of you may have been checking out the footage on YouTube and the like. Very exciting new format. In the second half, though, we wind up the action a bit, of course, with the popular Typhoon, the Bronco, yet another unique formation. 3 aircraft, a Blenheim, a Spitfire, a rarish Spitfire too, being a Mark 11, and a Mustang. And here, the sound of the Fury taking to the skies. A real meaty machine here. A British aircraft, the last propeller-driven fighter, was in its sea gaze to serve the Royal Navy. This one, however, rather different. Fury. Although developed during the Second World War, the Hawk Fury itself didn't enter service until 2 years after the war ended. Designed initially as a lighter version of the Tempest fighter, with both the wings and the fuselage significantly modified from the original Tempest design. Flown today by Mark Levy out of the Fighter Aircraft Engineering Group. Maximum speed of around 600 kilometers an hour, 820 kilometer range. Could be armed with 4 20mm Hispano cannons and also 12 3-inch rockets, or at the same time possibly 2,000 pounds worth of bombs as well. This one I mentioned unique though because this was built as a ISS, an Iraqi single-seat Fury for the Iraqi Air Force as part of a contract for 60 aircraft. This one numbered 315th in that particular production batch. Fury became a very popular aircraft with overseas militaries in particular, used during the Korean War in the 1950s and also in the Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba. Lovely, huge, meaty engine at the front of Bristol Centaurus 18. It was brought to Orlando in Florida from Iraq in 1979. Passed on to a warbird museum in Texas where it was rebuilt back into airworthy condition before flying again in April 1999. Just see the speed and thrust from this machine. Being shipped back to the UK in '91, it passed into the ownership of John Bradshaw at Porter. Stayed there for around 10, 20 years, and then flew in the markings of a Dutch Navy aircraft. And then moving on to the colours of Royal Australian Navy aircraft and put onto the UK Civil Register. Went out to Australia for a while, came back again, and like so many warbirds, they go through so many different handlers and owners, all of them, however, contributing to the heritage and protection of these aircraft for future generations to see. Whilst becoming very well known in its guise as a Sea Fury and remarkable course activity it had with the Royal Navy, the Royal Air Force made the decision early on to concentrate on the development of re-equipping with jets rather than pursuing propeller aircraft. Hence why, of course, the Sea Fury became the last propeller-driven fighter to serve with the Royal Navy. It was still one of the fastest production single-piston engine aircraft ever built. The big 18-cylinder radial there, supercharged to produce in excess of 2,000 horsepower. About 180 gallons of fuel on board. It'll give you about 2 hours endurance at cruising at around 230 knots, but capable in various configurations in a diver course right up to around 400 knots, weighing around 12,500 pounds. Mark there carrying out wonderfully large, graceful, of course, this really packing a fair bit of energy, being a heavy aircraft as well as that massively powerful engine on the front as well. Coming out of the Hawker factory, its design and success, not surprisingly linked with the famous designer Sidney Cam. He of the Hurricane fame, of course, always building very strong, very reliable and robust aircraft. But his career also quite phenomenal, going right through to the development of the Harrier. Success breeding a total production in the region of 860 odd aircraft. And flying in the Royal Navy prototype scheme of SR-661. Navalised version, one of the many combat missions, proved to be one of the most famous in the ability and recognition of being the only propeller-driven aircraft to have successfully shot down an enemy MiG-15 in the Korean War. Rock there from Mark. I'm not sure whether that is his departing flight or not. Just check with him on the radio. And that was indeed Mark's farewell. Well, we come now to the conclusion of part one of day one of the fabulous English Riviera show, I should say, for this for today. We're going to have a break in the main flight of around 45 minutes. But if you look out to sea now, positioning very shortly, I hope we're going to see a very different display taking place. Let's just go offline and check that arrangements are all in place for that. So we're looking out for James Presswood to position himself out to sea. If you haven't seen him before, then prepare to be amazed. The signature start of his act will be when he ignites some red, white and blue smoke. And then his antics on the flyboard will take shape. Right. Hey, we're keeping our eyes open. We're checking on the waves. We've yet to see him out there. We're hoping that we'll get him seaborne very shortly. So just my side of the pier, we see his team positioning the equipment. So meanwhile, while you've got a chance, please make the most of the break as well. Make use of all the traders and outlets and retailers you have here, providing you with all you need, nourishment to get through what's going to be in a very, very exciting second half. Make sure you get a program as well, particularly if you're going to stay for the whole weekend. And please give as generously as you can to those bucket collectors. The whole event has been wonderfully supported, not just by sponsors, but a whole range of volunteers as well and other helpers. And we're really, really keen to make the greatest success, not just of the weather this weekend, but of course of all your company as well, and asking you to give as generously as you can.
boys and girls, could I have your attention for a moment, please? May I introduce you to James Prestwood, who will be performing on the Flyboard. It's gonna be something incredible, amazing, and magical, and he is going to light up the sky. You just can't miss this. Now, ladies
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I think that is James Presswood's act. They're done and dusted. What a phenomenal performance that was. Terrific stuff indeed. I hope you'll come and take a walk up through the beach and the crowd here, James, and say hi to everybody. Remarkable agility. Very well done indeed. Well, just a reminder, we've got about 20 minutes to go before we restart the flying program, and that, of course, comes with the mighty Typhoon at the start of a really, really energetic and adrenaline-filled, exciting second part to this afternoon's English Riviera Airshow. So terrific stuff, and just having said that, I don't think any of us have seen the seafront here quite so full as this in many, many years, and it's just a real pleasure and delight to see so many of you supporting this show. But our suggestion is that you don't make a mad rush at the end of the red arrows because clearly there will be congestion both of people and vehicles. And as it's such a nice evening, just make yourselves at home and enjoy what is available on the greens, both here at Paynton and up at Preston as well. And just give a bit of time in your journey to relax and let the congestion dispel. That would be most helpful. While you're doing that, of course, please give a nod to all the volunteers that have been helping put this show together today. They're in red T-shirts, and if they're carrying those red buckets, do try and drop something in. It would just be most helpful to try and keep this show on the road. Anyway, just barely 20 minutes to go now to the restart and the second part of this afternoon's air show. And in case you wonder what this helicopter is doing, that is from the Defence Helicopter Flying Training School up at Torbay, and it's carrying Red 10, which is always good news, isn't it? Because that means the red arrows are on their way as well. So he's just checking out how many of you are down there on the ground, and that everything looks fit and well for the red arrows display, which we're expecting at around about 5:30. Well, just under 10 minutes now to the restart of the show. So if you're out and about picking up the rations for the rest of the family, start to make your way back towards the seafront. Those swimming out to sea, please think about returning back in now. You're still okay to paddle for a good while, but any activity out to sea, we will have to stop, as that affects the flight safety envelope we have operating there. Anybody out there listening on FM? Not sure whether we are out on FM today or not, but great to see so many out in the bay as well. A beautiful, beautiful afternoon. We're reckoning we've got record crowds here today, which is fantastic news, but it is putting pressure on a few of the logistics. So please bear with all the staff around you and be as patient as you can whilst manoeuvring around the site. And please also don't all rush back to your cars. I think there's probably going to be some congestion both on the pavements and the roads. And we just ask you also to think ahead very carefully about taking your time leaving the site after the red arrows. Thank you. But looking ahead now, of course, we've got the frontline force very much represented in this second half of the display. And the might and power of the Royal Air Force's most potent combat aircraft based up in Coningsby, coming to us very, very shortly. Well, we're just setting the tone now for the restart of the show, of course, with the most remarkable machine that we see on the display circuit at the moment. We're hoping to see more of the F-35 in due course, but right now they're still busy training and beating up, of course, their operational status. But the Typhoon today in the hands of Flight Lieutenant David Turnbull, born in Welwyn Garden City up in Cambridgeshire, was interested in the Royal Air Force after being shown around a Tornado GR4, and when he was 17, got his first flight in a Tiger Moth, and look where he is today, right at the sharp end of the Royal Air Force. Absolutely fantastic. He joined as a direct entrant in 2010 after completing his A-levels, and Fastjet was the way he wanted to go after elementary flying training, and had a absolutely terrific and rip-roaring time soloing on the Typhoon at the start of 2018, converting and being posted onto the Mighty 2 Squadron at Royal Air Force Lossiemouth. A busy frontline tour for him. Known as Turbo amongst all his chums, of course. And he spent time out on several deployments on Shader across to Iraq and Syria, and various other exercises as well before joining 29 Squadron. By now becoming a QFI and playing a role in the conversion of new pilots to the Typhoon. The Typhoon's immense performance and manoeuvrability is coupled with extraordinary weapon capabilities as well, and the clear choice for the Royal Air Force's combat air platform following the retirement of the Tornado F3 and GR4. And Turbo has asked us to remember Schlongy, Mark Long, who very sadly died in that tragic Spitfire crash last weekend, was a good friend and mentor to Turbo, I should say, during the course of his training as a display pilot. And I'd ask you to hold Schlongy in your thoughts during the course of the display. Well, this is just a phenomenal way to start the second half. Breaks off to lift off in just 8 seconds, breaks off to 35,000 feet and a speed of Mach 1.5 in just 2.5 minutes. So an aircraft capable of excessive G-forces from -3G right up to +9, and a maximum altitude in the region of 55,000 feet. You're going to see the full power and capability of the Royal Air Force frontline right in front of you in just the next couple of minutes. So hang on to your hats, make sure you've got everybody together, and everybody that's got sensitive ears, well, I suggest you make preparations for what is a very exhilarating and thoroughly, immensely professional performance coming from Turbo here today. So got outstanding performance, powered by 2 Eurojet EJ200 reheated turbofan engines, each generation 20,000 pounds of thrust. It's got exceptional acceleration, instantaneous and sustained turn route, and its power allows for supersonic performance without the need for reheat. It is a phenomenal display. We've seen it before, and each pilot just likes to add a little tweak. Here he is. Please welcome Turbo in the Typhoon. Coming in there from Tierney right at 600 knots. It's giving him, I know, immense pleasure to bring this display to you today. Breaking away in the first of his many 9G turns. And remember, that is 9 times your body weight. Barrel rolling back in towards you, and then going out now into what he calls a double corkscrew. Leaving the reheating gauge there, you can see all that power coming out of the back end of the Typhoon. During this turn, he'll be pulling yet another 9G. You're all weighing 1G out there a moment, just standing up. Imagine increasing that 9 times. You will be pushed into the tarmac. Coming back now, putting up into the first loop of this year's display. And again, for a jet of this size and power, it all operates in a remarkably small piece of airspace. Taking a good look at you from the underside. And sporting now this wonderful D-Day 80th paint scheme, representing a 257 Squadron Hawker Typhoon, seen in the skies on D-Day, the 6th of June 1944. Going away from you now in a barrel roll. he'll be repositioning for another fast pass. So keep your hats on, as I say again, as he takes the throttles out of reheat just to slow the jet down beyond going over 600 knots, because that's the speed limit here. Otherwise, he'll go supersonic. Here we go. That's what 600 knots look like. Giving you all a wave of jet noise as he pulls around there at the far end. Setting up now to come out of that 9G turn, assisted of course by his full body G suit and pressure breathing, into some aileron rolls. Just taking the power back off there for a moment, using all the energy. Slowing the jet down a little bit. Its performance across the speed range is absolutely extraordinary. And just look at that, a stunning slow roll, absolutely outstanding. D-Day 80 years ago, Denzel Jenkins would have been flying his Hawker Typhoon over Normandy in the role of the fighter bomber, the first aircraft to truly claim that title. Now take a good close look at this, of course, as he slows the jet down now into a high alpha pass with the stick way back. A little onboard sensors and the canard there just twitching away to ensure that the aircraft doesn't lose control of itself, but all in very, very good hands. Back now to around about just 110 knots. Keeping the speed low, now pulling up into a slow speed loop. When you get a chance to look at the underside of this aircraft, you get a chance to see all the hard points which carry the free-fall bombs, the pave ways, the ASRAAM rockets, and of course the all-important Mauser cannon as well. Repositioning now to give you a, just chucking in another roll there. A good view of the top side as he pushes away with negative G, all the blood rushing to his head. And continuing that push now up into a negative G half Cuban. Always a pleasure to bring back on some positive G. All the blood now going the right way round. Of course, all that energy and speed coming back in as the weight of the jet assists bringing the speed back up again. Pulling up now. And again, G coming on and Thrilling, thrilling stuff indeed. We're enjoying every minute of it. It's good to see Red 10 just arriving. Fantastic news. Halfway through this display now. Just remember all the amazing amount of activity that Turbo has here, and this remarkable airframe itself, structurally strong enough to withstand all these high G forces, and plenty of situational awareness for the pilot, provided by a whole range of different multifunction head-down displays, a head-up display, and a helmet-mounted display as well. Really, really exhausting in many, many ways. But of course, the cockpit of the Typhoon is actually quite comfortable and air-conditioned, and he has all the equipment on board. And disappearing now, the way to leave an air show is just to go vertically upwards. And that is what he is doing. A zoom climb departure. Absolutely superb stuff indeed. Supplied to you by David Turnbull, of course, Turbo to his mates, the 2024 Royal Air Force display. And he's just on the radio thanking everybody for their attention, and actually how much, of course, he's enjoyed entertaining you, and recommending that you go and visit our stand across on the lawns there and have a chat to the rest of the team, who I know are very, very keen to talk to you about it. And again, in our hearts, please remember Schlongy, who was a great mentor and friend to Turbo and many others at Royal Air Force Coningsby before the very sad events of last weekend. Thanks very much, Turbo. Cracking start to the second half. Well, it doesn't stop, because we've got all sorts of different action coming up now. We've got very shortly a very interesting OV-10 Bronco, and a unique history that has as well. Then a very unique D-Day combine of a Blenheim, a Mark 11 Spitfire, and a P-51 Mustang. That'll be followed by the ever effervescent and extraordinary flying of Richard Goodwin in the J-Pits, the Jet Pits Special. And then we're following off, or finishing off, I should say, this afternoon with the magnificent Red Arrows back in a 9-ship formation, again for the first time in 3 years. Absolutely fantastic news indeed. Well, we're just resetting now. I make it about 2 minutes before we see Tony De Bruyne and the Bronco. And there in the background, you may have heard, that's Tony just being given clearance to commence his display. And really, really different. Still, we're in the combat zone, but several decades ago. And we're going back to Nam. And yep, that means Vietnam. This a superb aircraft. Keep your eyes open, just coming in very, very shortly. So we're looking out now for the remarkable OV-10 Bronco. So this aircraft is an American turboprop light attack and observation aircraft. It was developed in the 1960s as a special aircraft for counterinsurgency, or COIN, combat. And one of its primary missions was as a forward air control aircraft. It could carry up to 3 tons, I should say, of external munitions, internal loads, paratroopers, stretchers, and can loiter for 3 or more hours. In the hands today of Tony De Bruyne, and consummate enthusiast, passionate about this particular aircraft, and a really professional pilot, and demonstrating it to its limits. We'll put you through a whole series of different performance angles and profiles. But this aircraft aiming really to loiter, find a target, go in, attack, go back up to altitude, loiter for a bit longer, go back, refuel, rearm, and then come back into the battle area. First flight of a Bronco took place back in 1965. And its duty was in observation, forward air control, helicopter escort, armed reconnaissance, utility, light air transport, and limited ground attack as well. It can perform short takeoffs and landings, including aircraft carriers as well, and large deck amphibious assault ships, without using any catapults or arresting wires. It's also designed to take off and land on unimproved sites, roads, fields, strips, various tracks of very, very rugged aircraft, and repairs can be made with pretty much ordinary sets of tools. Very practical aircraft, no ground equipment required to start it, and the engines will operate on high-octane automobile fuel. So slowing the aircraft down now as he comes out of that turn. Following that, he'll be able to show its maneuverability. Calling this, as many pilots do, the dirty pass. You can see the undercarriage is down, and with such a slow speed, it's giving you a good indication of how it is able to maneuver into very, very short strips as well. At this speed, able to come in a little bit closer to you as well. We have different distances and heights for the variety of different performances of aircraft during an air display. All designed to keep it, of course, as safe as possible. Going into a slow, tight 360-degree turn. You can see it's got very good responsive and excellent handling qualities. Can fly up to 5.5 hours with external fuel tanks on. And the cockpit, as you can imagine there, got extremely good visibility. Served in all 3 US branches, the Air Force, Navy and the Marines between 1965 and 1995. The cargo area can carry up to 2,500 pounds of cargo, 6 paratroopers or 2 stretchers and a medic as well. A little bit of an example of a strafing pass there, using the big chandelle to reverse the position. And there you can imagine a strafing run, and lovely to see the sun just glimpsing off the side of the fuselage there. And of course, immediately after hitting the target, you would pull away and up from the target area to ensure that you minimized your exposure to small arms fire as well. The aircraft has got armor protection, bullet-resistant windshields, and self-sealing fuel cells as well for operating in hostile environments. Several other countries placed orders for new Broncos: Germany, Thailand, Venezuela, and Indonesia. This one being an ex-German aircraft. And here, a lovely topside pass. Later examples were supplied to Morocco, the Philippines, and Colombia. And this aircraft used in so many, not just totally historic, but relatively recent examples of use by the American Special Forces using the OV-10G against ISIS in the Iraqi theater of combat. Still in use today as a forward air control trainer. Not quite finished yet, but coming now for what is one of the biggest wing waggles in the business of air displays. Tony De Bruyne, you can see, looking very, very comfortable, but just look how maneuverable that aircraft is. Really, really stunning. But to complete his mission today, he's going to pull up and approach into what we call the K-SAN approach. Now, that was something developed out in the Far East, in and around the Vietnam War, where it was absolutely key to maintain your distance from the enemy. And I believe hearing the other aircraft in the background, that may well be Tony's last pass. Didn't quite get to... yeah, we didn't quite get to complete the full maneuver there. You can hear the chitter-chatter going on behind me here. The three aircraft formation, very, very special indeed, all the way from Duxford, now being given clearance to commence their display as well. And Tony back out to the Wild Blue yonder. But what an exciting aircraft that is, a real workhorse in the combat zone. But something a little bit more special in many ways. This one really commemorating the brave guys 80 years ago on that amazing assault. 130,000 troops, 7,000 ships, and literally thousands of aircraft in support as well. A unique moment for us, and a unique formation. Two of the most iconic fighters of the Second World War, the P-51 Mustang, a Mark 11 Spitfire, and the Blenheim bomber. There are so many stories to tell about the D-Day campaign, and I've no doubt we will uncover more and more and more as the years go by. Next week, of course, sees many commemorations taking place, and indeed also in and around this area as well. If you get your program, it'll give you more detail on that. Of course, the BBC will be commemorating this on Wednesday as well from Portsmouth. But please welcome this unique D-Day formation from Duxford. The aircraft supporting the greatest armada in the history of the world, the largest invasion and seaborne assault ever in the history of combat. Leading from the front, John Romain from the Aircraft Restoration Company across at Duxford. Spent many years restoring this aircraft and bringing it back to the air. A very, very important and special aircraft. Truly uniquely British. The history of this aircraft has a long and formative background and was an important milestone in the history of British aviation. Blenheim was actually built in 1934 as a small airliner, a private venture by the Bristol Aircraft Company, funded by Lord Rothermere. Its name, the Spirit of Britain, and how apt in many ways that it went on to serve as a Royal Air Force bomber. Its modification became the first stress skin aircraft accepted by the Royal Air Force. It was then the fastest light bomber of its day, faster than many of the fighter aircraft then on order, and became the backbone of the light bomber force. At the start of World War II, the Royal Air Force had more Blenheims in service, over 1,000 of them, than any other aircraft. It bore the brunt of the early war bombing effort, and its crews paid a heavy price defending the nation. Blenheim was pressed into additional service. Many roles not designed initially for such things as a long-range fighter and night fighter. Became the first multi-role aircraft, and the crews liked the Blenheims, and Winston Churchill paid homage to their bravery, comparing them to the charge of the Light Brigade. The P-51 Mustang, superlative fighter and escort aircraft in the hands today of John Dodd. And on the other wing of the Blenheim, a very unique Mark 11 Spitfire in the hands of Martin Overall. One last pass to come up in formation before splitting. There the Blenheim pulls up. John Romain, an absolute expert in historic warbird aviation. Spends a lot of time filming, does many hours on screen. At one stage we thought we would never see a Blenheim again. The first restoration project sadly was tragically wrecked only 4 weeks after its return to air. But the team were determined to get one going again, and after a 5-year-long restoration, largely undertaken by the same workforce, the aircraft became airborne once again, and what a true pleasure and delight it is. John, not only probably the most experienced Blenheim pilot alive today, also a man with probably the greatest number of Spitfire hours under his belt as well. A fully licensed engineer as well as a commercial pilot, has grown the business at Duxford with massive success. And as you can see, has a total nose for flying these very important vintage aircraft. He's flown a vast number of different aircraft, often travels overseas to fly aircraft of importance and longevity in other countries. A real commitment, and was responsible during COVID. You may recall a Spitfire with "Thank you NHS" being emblazoned underneath his very own aircraft. And for his efforts in restoring our faith and perhaps morale as well during that period, was awarded an MBE. Last pass from the Blenheim coming up now. Keep an eye out for the fighters. Well done, John. Really, really wonderful to see this aircraft gracing our skies here at the English Riviera. And what a glorious sight that is. So, eyes out to the right-hand side now. You see two aircraft in type formation. John Dodd and Martin Overhill bringing in two of the classic and probably most famous, most effective fighters of the Second World War. The Spitfire, of course, out of the stable of R.J. Mitchell and his team at Supermarine. Very sadly, Mitchell didn't see the phenomenal success of this aircraft with that distinctive elliptical wing. And of course, the amazing development of that aircraft during the course of the Second World War, over 20,000 of them. But alongside the P-51, the most successful long-range fighter escort of World War II. Most fantastic sight and sound, but I must just interrupt it for an important message, please. Would Rachel Powell and Robert Dudley, Rachel Powell and Robert Dudley, please go to the information point on the pier. Now the fighters braking as they pull out to sea. We remember the amazing stories and in all of the reports from D-Day, the soldiers looking up, of course, to see literally swarms of aircraft helping to protect the assault on the beaches. Forming a tail chase. P-51 itself was not an instant success. It was designed for the British in just 120 days to meet their urgent requirement to purchase more fighters. The first Mustangs were built with Allison engines, and whilst remarkable at low altitudes, those variants were considered underpowered and disappointing at higher altitudes. But happily in 1942, the aircraft was transformed when in the UK, the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine was tested in place of the Allison and proved to be a phenomenal success. Of course, the same engine as that fitted in the Spitfire. The aircraft were then license built by Packard. You'll often hear the reference to a Packard Merlin. Built in the US from 1943 onwards and installed in the 51Bs, Cs, and then what became the perfect combination in the 1944 onwards P-51D with its bubble canopy and 6 guns, one of the most iconic and potent fighters of all time. The Spitfire, 22 different variants, over 20,000 built. Easily the most notable and iconic successful fighter from the British production line. Built, of course, dispersed away from Southampton after the initial bombings of the factory there, dispersed into car factories around the country. By the time the war ended, the Spitfire was able to exceed the height, the range, load carrying and firepower, and doubled the power of its engines as well, ending up with the incredible Mark 19 Griffin engine. And whilst it is recognized as probably the most iconic of our British fighters, let us not forget the Hurricane as well, the part it played in the earlier part of the world. But now we're concentrating on the D-Day dogfighting, and protection is absolutely essential. There's literally swarms and swarms of reserves and backups after the initial wave of Operation Overlord had hit the beaches in the early morning of June the 6th. A scene that will be commemorated next week on the 5th of June, a Wednesday in Portsmouth. The national commemoration will take place with international visitors. They will then move across to Normandy, where the British Memorial in particular, the last of the veterans, will pay homage to their friends. So all things must come to an end. Really, really terrific to see this formation here with us. Boys and girls, give these pilots a good wave. They're doing a bit of a wing waggle for you. Martin overall in the Mark 11 Spitfire with a classic victory roll. Followed there by John Dodd in the P-51 Mustang. And I think that is something we will all remember from this weekend. A magnificent display. And they will all return back to Exeter Airport to put their feet up for the evening. Hopefully you'll come back tomorrow and see more of that. It all happens far too quickly, doesn't it? But coming up very shortly, again, something completely different. The remarkable flying of Richard Goodwin in just a few minutes' time. Just in case you missed the earlier message there, and my apologies for interrupting the flying display, Rachel Powell and Robert Dudley. Rachel Powell and Robert Dudley, please go to the information point on the pier. Thank you. Well, I hear that Richard has been given early clearance to display, so coming up very shortly. He is an extraordinary guy, totally passionate, heavily committed to the perfection of not just building aircraft, but also demonstrating them in the best possible way. It's a high-energy brand of gyroscopic aerobatics aboard his upgraded jet pits, which, would you believe, it hasn't just got one piston engine, but it's now got two jet turbine engines alongside as well. So we can hear the roar of this mighty Pitts special. Here he is coming with his traditional start on his side. Please welcome Richard Goodwin in the extraordinary jet Pitts. In this, you're going to experience not only extraordinary sound as he literally accelerates upwards by using those little jet engines, but a whole series of rapid maneuvers, all sorts of things, double hammerheads, pinwheels, snap rolls, coming your way in a high energy demonstration. Imagine putting yourself into a spin dryer and selecting the fastest spin possible. That is what it's like to be in this cockpit. But no better man. He's got flying in his DNA. His father was a Hunter display pilot. Richard was a Tornado pilot before he went commercial. And now he spends all his time developing the extreme edge of aviation in what is actually a very, very historic aircraft. The design of the Pitts Specials goes back to the late 1940s when Curtis Pitts got this together as basically a competition aircraft. And of course it did dominate the competition world right through the 50s, 60s and 70s, with so many famous British pilots scoring well on this. But you can see now with that additional power how much extra thrust he has available. The thrust comes from two Lynx jet turbines. They're both that and the engine have two completely different fuel systems attached to them. The total thrust available is approximately 1,600 pounds, which is extraordinary. And essentially he splits them into using the prop and the piston engine as throttle, and then extra thrust from the turbojets. The two Lynx jets themselves give 300 pounds of thrust each, using jet A1 kerosene fuel. Meanwhile, the single Lycoming 540 bangs out 1,000 pounds using just avgas. All three engines will be functioning together, but he can fly lots of different routines. He can fly on just one engine, it doesn't matter which one. And of course it gives him a whole range of permutations and abilities to virtually just keep climbing this aircraft with a thrust greater than 1 to 1.1. putting it through a series of snap rolls. He gets bored incredibly quickly, very rarely flying in a straight line without putting in some activity. The aircraft can be flown with just one single source. Of course, it's designed to fly with just the piston engine, but if that failed, then he can easily recover and control it using either of the jet engines as well. There you see him consistently holding the aircraft in the hover, just letting it gently drop back and then tumbling over himself with a hammerhead down through his own smoke trail. Using all the energy he can as well. A relatively lightweight aircraft, or this one is heavily modified at the same time, particularly the wings and the undercarriage. Titanium sprung gear legs and adapted rudder design as well for giving additional yaw control, and a new carbon cowling to reduce the weight and the profile drag at the front end. Whole new wing design, all very much by himself. Gives a massive ailerons and the big wing area, providing a phenomenal roll rate and of course much better low speed handling as well. Takes an awful lot of training, hard work, and of course physical fitness as well to do anything like this. Richard constantly at the sharp end of innovation in aerobatic flying. And here now showing as the jets kick in, you can hear them now as he uses all that thrust to keep the aircraft climbing up and up and up, and then just holding it in a hover. Truly remarkable experience. Who'd have thought we'd seen a relatively historic design biplane hovering in midair? Quite remarkable. But then he's no average pilot. So despite all that extra power, he still makes use of the energy of the aircraft, of course, by shooting up to altitude, and then uses the weight and downhill speed of the aircraft to enable him to throw the aircraft into more maneuvers, rolling it rapidly there. A lot of maneuverability again, just demonstrating once again just how extraordinary, with that extra bit of power, this aircraft can literally hover in the sky. You may recall he used to demonstrate his aircraft here using his red and white aircraft G-Whiz with the Union Jack top-coated wings. Forever trying to push the envelope, and who knows where he's going to take this this one next. It's taken him the best part of 5 years to get this certified and authorized for flying. And very popular. He still flies the red and white aircraft, chasing cars down runways or doing ribbon cuts between air balloons. Spent absolutely years in his hangar up in Gloucestershire at Staverton Airport, modifying, testing, flying. As I say, totally passionate and very committed engineer and pilot. Winding up that speed, using the energy once again, a very tight turn. Of course, don't forget, in this aircraft he has no G protection. In other words, unlike the Typhoon pilot you saw a little earlier on, doesn't have the pressure suits to reduce the effects of G. So this is something you have to work really hard and train for. And not the easiest to do and concentrate, but I have to say, really comfortable for Richard. Need to get up and do this a couple of times a week to stay absolutely fit and current. Taking an unusual relaxed break in a routine, not like Richard at all. We go inverted, hanging his straps there. And after pushing out, flick rolling a couple of times, going through all the configurations of both tumbling his brain and the aircraft, and excesses of G in and out at the same time. Don't forget to give him a wave when he comes in close. Even if he's upside down, he's still taking a look out of the cockpit. And there with his familiar knife edge pass. He slid down to 20 feet to do this. You often see him going down a runway at some air displays with a trying to beat an Aston Martin down the track. But the agility just to turn that aircraft through 90 degrees, you don't see that on much else other than an F-22. And then just to hold it there, which I have to say for this class of aircraft has got to be completely unique in the world today. There, the gyroscopic effect using the propeller, well, not using it, but that's what happens if you just hold the aircraft there. The reaction to the propeller turning turns the wings in a gyroscopic manner. And I think that may have been Richard. I just heard the radio cackling away there. It may well have been Richard just signing off. We're now prepping for the red arrows, so that means checking the MEZ, the Maritime Exclusion Zone, and all the airspace as well. I can't believe the seagulls are behaving themselves so well. They're staying totally up and down the beach and not going out to sea at all. It's just marvelous. They must have heard the PA announcements about safety today. Terrific stuff. Well, we're now getting prepared. I hope you're ready for the red arrows. We're just ensuring that all the safety factors and parameters are in place. We may just run over a few minutes, but I know nobody will be going anywhere. Just a reminder, please do not rush to try and make a hasty exit. I think it's going to be very tricky and congested in the town this evening, so please go very careful. Make sure you do keep a close eye on all the children with so many people here today. It's fantastic to see so many people here. But we do please remind you to ensure that you keep all your belongings with you and the family together and look after each other. Stick around, there's lots still to do here this evening. It's beautiful weather. Enjoy the fun fair, enjoy the activities. Go down and visit the military personnel at the southern end of Peyton Greens as well, and enjoy the rest the town has to offer here this evening. Please also remember to give us kindly and generously as you can as you meet the bucket collectors. They'll be in red T-shirts, doing our very best to keep this fabulous show on the road for many years to come. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. Please give a massive English Riviera Airshow welcome to Red 10.
Good afternoon, English Riviera Airshow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I am Squadron Leader Graham Muscat. I'm Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows. It's great to be back here at the Torbay Airshow. Once again, one of our favourite shows. It's our first weekend of the 2024 season. And I have the privilege of talking through the display with you today. I'll give you some more information about the team. I'll let you hear some of the radio transmissions from Red 1 during the display. And most importantly, I'll also put your eyes into the correct piece of sky so you do not miss a single second of the action. I'm just listening out on the radio. The team are airborne out of Exeter Airport. We were about 4 minutes late getting airborne, but the team leader will try and do his best to arrive on time. But it's great to be back once again. This year we are bigger and better than the last couple of years. I said we are back bigger and better. This year we are back to our famous Diamond 9 formation. Of course, it is our 60th Diamond display season, and we hope to celebrate the Red Arrow's heritage and inspire the future through our new 9 aircraft aerobatic display, our colourful fly pasts on our engaging ground ends. But here they are in Diamond formation. It's the Red Arrows! Team arrive in our world-famous Diamond 9, trailing our famous red, white and blue. We have 3 types to show, full, flat and rolling, and the red one is pulling up, and the team are staying in 9, moving into 9 Arrow for the full show. They arrive at approximately 400 miles per hour and reach a height of over 5,500 feet before the top of the loop. And as they make their way down, you can see they've now transitioned from our Diamond 9 into 9 Arrow. Bringing the team to the left this year is a new team leader, a new red one for the 2024 season. It's squad leader John Bond, known as Bundy. Bundy has been in the team for 5 years previously. He took a year off before coming back to be the team leader for 2024. He's been Red 2, he's been Red 6 twice before coming back as Red 4 in 2022. He's a former Typhoon pilot and qualified flying instructor on the Tucano. In from the left, in Big Vixen, is the Red Arrows. On the right of Red 1 is Red 2, that's squad leader Chris McCann, known as Creamy. He's called Creamy because he was creamed off from training directly to be an instructor on the Tucano. After which he joined 617, the Dambuster Squadron, flying the Tornado GL4, where he received an Air Force Cross for his service on operations over Iraq and Afghanistan. For those of you who saw the news, tragically, a week ago today, the Royal Air Force, the aviation community and the display community, and more importantly, a family, lost a very cherished member. And in tribute to our wonderful friend, our great colleague and a fantastic aviation hero, our tribute to squadron leader Mark Long, this is Spitfire. A wonderful tribute to a wonderful human being and a great friend of all of us in the Royal Air Force. To the left of Red 1 is Red 3, and that's Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. Dusty is in his first year on the team. He was originally born in Zimbabwe before coming over with his parents and then joined the Royal Air Force. He's a former Typhoon pilot. He flew with 11 Squadron as an instructor on 29 Squadron and then went to 41, the Test and Evaluation Squadron, all based at RAF Coningsby. The smoke comes on from Reds 4 and 5 and the centre sections move rearwards to form one of the most, a shape representing one of the most iconic aircraft in history. Last November was the 30th anniversary of its final flight. As the team roll out, there is no mistaking the majestic shape of the Concorde. The team once again pull up of over 400 miles per hour, showing the expertise of the formation, being able to formate loop in the Concorde shape. But now you can see Reds 8 and 9 moving to the outside, showing how good these pilots are, being able to change that formation whilst looping, and they move into Signet. The aircraft slowed to approximately 120 miles per hour over the top and accelerate once again back down to the 400 miles per hour before Red 1 brings the team around to the left. There are 11 pilots on the Red Arrows. We have Reds 1 through 9 in the display you see ahead of you. There's myself, Red 10, the team supervisor, former Tornado GR4 pilot, qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. And of course, we are commanded by Officer Commandant, who's actually in the back seat of Red 5 in the display today. He's Red 11, former Tornado GR4 pilot, and he flew the F-111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force. The wings have flexed forward, 6 and 7 split as they come around to the left. Get your cameras ready for the colourful Phoenix. In the middle of that right wing, uppermost is Red 4. That's Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie is in his second year on the team. He was Red 4 last year. He remained as Red 4, and he took up the position affectionately known as Uncle Enid, which means that he is the mentor for the new pilots when they join the team, and he guides them through all the training through winter training. Ollie is also a former Tornado GR4 pilot and qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. And he's also got a long established career as a civilian display pilot where he used to display with the Strike Master pair based out of North Wales. You see Reds 8 and 9 move themselves rearwards as the team form two distinctive rows, as the Red 1 continues to bring them around to the right. Once again, get your cameras ready for the chevron roll. In the front row on the far left-hand side is Red 5. That's Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. George is also in his first year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot. He flew with 11 Squadron based out of RAF Coningsby, where he took part in operations over Iraq and Syria, as well as the Eastern Europe Air Policing Patrol. Of course, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have a team of over 140 personnel, and 120 of them are the engineers, the technicians, the logisticians, and they are known as the Blues, due to the colour of their coveralls being that bright blue colour. And they are today in the military village, so please go along, say hello to the Blues, and pass on your regards. The team now moving in from the left-hand side. You've got Reds 8 and 9 sitting on trail for the rest of the formation. One of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre we fly. We brought it back for 2024. Get your cameras ready. It's the Tornado! Reds 8 and 9 roll red smoke around the rest formation as Red 1 brings them in. A little bit left and the red, white and blue come on at the front section. You may be able to see those aircraft at the front are flying with their air brakes out. That's the small door at the base of the aircraft underneath. This has twofold effect. The first one, it means the pilots fly with a higher throttle setting, and therefore it means the engine gas temperature coming out the jet pipe is hotter, and it burns the smoke a lot more brightly. In addition to that, it disturbs the airflow out the back of the aeroplane, and it allows that smoke to burn and bloom a lot more fuller, and therefore in certain manoeuvres we fly them with the air brake out. I mentioned the Blues, and inside those Blues there are 11 individuals who get to fly in the back of our aircraft during our displays where we cannot take the full engineering complement, and they are known as Circus. One individual with me at every event is Circus 10, and that today is AS1 Ewan Lewis. And he is there filming the display at the end of the pier for safety and debriefing purposes. But coming in from the right, 45, once again we have formed up into our trademark short diamond. The smoke will come on as they present the short diamond from the right, the 2024 Red Arrows. As we come to the end of the first half, we start the second half where you'll see the more high-paced, jaw-dropping, dynamic flying. But right now is a manoeuvre not seen for over 20 years. It's the 5-4 split. You now have going right, reds 1 to 5. They are now known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children's books. And off to the left, you have reds 6, 7, 8, and 9. They are named Hannah, named after squadron leader Ray Hannah, one of the first members of the Red Arrows, the only leader to lead the team for 4 years. He took the team from a 7 to a 9, and he also formed our trademark Diamond 9 formation. Hannah from the left, Enid from the right. It's the 5-4 pass. Keep your eye on Enid going to the left. The Red Arrows were formed in 1964 with our first display in 1965. And they were formed from 3 different teams: the Red Pelicans, the Black Arrows, and the Yellow Jacks. We took the red from the Red Pelicans, the arrows from the Black Arrows, which gave us our name, the Red Arrows, and we also took the aircraft from the Yellow Jacks. And in tribute to our first aircraft flown in the team from the right, Enid as Nat. The Red Arrows flew the Nat right the way up until 1980, which is when we took over the Hawk T-Mark 1, which is the aircraft that we fly now. Look directly to your front. You can see 8 to 9 rolling red and blue. Get your cameras ready for the Hannah break. Going off to the left, you have reds 7 and 8, and off to the right is reds 6 and 9. Hannah and the synchro pair are led by the synchro leader. That's off to the right. Climbing high is red 6. That's Flight Lieutenant Stuart Roberts. Stu has been on the team for his 3 years, and this is his 3rd and final year. He was red 7 last year and then red 2 in his first year. He's a former Typhoon pilot, having flown with 11 and 12 Squadron at RAF Coningsby. Each pair dive down now to only 100 feet above the sea. That have a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. Get your cameras ready for the Hannah pass. Reds 8 and 9 going vertical. Reds 6 and 7 staying flat, turning hard away from the display line. Red 6 on the left, red 7 on the right. Red 7 is squadron leader Tom Hansford. Tom is in his 2nd year on the team. He was red 3 last year, former Typhoon pilot and qualified weapons instructor, as they complete the maneuver called Cyclone. Once again, red 6 and 7 turn hard towards each other, with red 7 trying to pass just behind red 6 to finish the maneuver of Slingshot. Coming in from the left is red 9. He's Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw. You see he lines up with the rest of Enid. Blue smoke comes on for the Goose. Red 9, Patrick Kershaw, is his 3rd and final year on the team. He's a former Tornado pilot and Typhoon pilot. With Enid coming off to the left, trailing our famous red, white and blue. That red, white and blue is only possible due to the smoke pod underneath the aeroplane. That smoke pod is capable of producing 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke, and 1 minute of blue smoke. Look directly to your front and you can see the synchro pair running in with 7 in trail to red 6. Once again, get your cameras ready. The smoke comes on. and the synchro part to form the world-famous synchro heart. And on behalf of the Red Arrows, we'd like to dedicate today's heart. Congratulations to Dawn and Adrian on your 33rd wedding anniversary. And spearing the heart is Red 8, that's Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker. Rich is in his second year in the team, a highly accomplished aviator, former Harrier pilot and Typhoon pilot, and he's also a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. Red 6 from the right, Red 7 from the left. Each aircraft go belly up, the smoke chuck colour change, and each one perform a barrel roll in the opposition barrel roll. Look far left in the distance, you've got Enid with 8 and now joined the formation. The smoke comes on, and Red 1 pulls the Vixen formation up at over 400 miles per hour. He rolls to the right. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready for the Vixen vertical break. Keep looking left, keep looking right. Once again, the synchro pair coming in. This time Red 6 from the left and Red 7 from the right. With a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour, each aircraft will perform a 360-degree aileron roll. Pull goes the call from Red 6 as each aircraft pull hard up under 5 to 6G, which means everything about them is now weighing 5 to 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on the beach. They reach a height of over 3,000 feet. They are inverted 60 degrees nose down before they roll the correct way up to complete the maneuver called boomerang. As the synchro pair leave left and right, look to your far right-hand side to the 45. You've got Enid pulling up with the white smoke. The colour comes on as Red 1 conducts a barrel roll, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky. He'll then flatten the display and draw the coils in the sky, remaining flat, of a manoeuvre we like to call Serpent. Red 1 makes the call, and Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 now make their way forwards and put themselves completely alongside Red 1. This is extremely high and hard formation for the pilots to fly. They're now looking directly along their shoulder line with their heads turned 90 degrees left and right, formating on Red 1. As the smoke comes on for the Tango present. Coming in from the left-hand side, once again, is Hannah. 6 rolls inverted. And he starts to push as the Hannah perform the mirror roll. Now don't underestimate how hard this is for Red 6. He's now rolling inverted and he's doing an inverted barrel roll. All the blood rushing to his head and he's working his hardest to remain conscious in that aeroplane while all the other aircraft are performing that barrel roll with him. Extremely hard maneuver for Red 6 to perform. And it's finished off by Reds 8 and 9 performing a rollback back into position. As Hannah leaves to your right-hand side, coming back in from the left. Once again, Enid in line abreast formation. 2 and 3 roll go as 2 and 3 roll around the outside. Clear go as Red 4 and 5 roll around the outside. In one and together, again, another popular maneuver. This is rollbacks. Rollbacks is one of the hardest for our new pilots each year to master and takes a lot of training during winter training to absolutely get them symmetrical and perfect. It's been widely publicised. This year is our diamond display, our 60th anniversary. Look to your front. You'll see Reds 8 and 9 drawing something special in the sky in behalf of our 60th anniversary. For those at Show Centre, this is the anniversary break. Keep your eye on Synchro once again as they pull up to approximately 1,500 feet above the sea. They'll make their way back to the display line. They'll dive down to that 100 feet, closing speed of over 800 miles per hour for their final pass of the show. They'll look to pass each other with only 30 meters. That's only 100 feet between wingtip to wingtip in a maneuver called the double rolls. Look to front, and once again you'll see Enid through 1 to 5 and Reds 8 and 9. It's been an honour and a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2024 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrow! Red 1 puts his red smoke on. He'll gather the rest of the team and take them back to Exeter Airport where we're staying for the evening. I really hope you've had a great day today and I hope you really enjoyed our show. Once again, it's great to see so many people out here. It's an absolute honour and a pleasure for us to display for you today. We want to thank you for all your support throughout the years. And on behalf of the wider Royal Air Force and Red Arrows, I really want to say thank you. If you want to follow any of the Red Arrows, we're on Facebook, RAF Red Arrows, and on Insta, RAF Red Arrows, with all the pilots having their own accounts. I'm RAF Red 10. If you find me, you'll find all the rest of the pilots. But as I said, once again, on behalf of the team, have a safe journey home. Take care of yourselves. I hope to see you again in the future. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for Squadron Leader Graham Muscat. Red 10, what a fantastic show. Lovely to see 9 aircraft back in the skies again. Outstanding display. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a fabulous day this has been. Day one of this English Riviera Airshow in fantastic weather. Brilliant turnout. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Please exert lots of caution on your way out of the showground. And don't rush. It's a lovely evening. You're all going to get jammed up on the pavements and the roads. So just chill out and enjoy the scene and the food and the entertainment. Coming up in literally a couple of minutes is Harry Tab on the main music stage. That's going to be followed by a couple of DJ sets, sound communities, even time, and later on this evening, Joey and the Lips. So there's music right through until 10:45 this evening on the ground. Lots more tomorrow, of course. All the same aircraft, not the Red Arrow, sadly, tomorrow, but another great show starting a little bit earlier at 13:20 tomorrow. So make sure you bring all your chums back with you for another great day. Set to be a little bit warmer, I understand, tomorrow, and a bit less wind as well. So all of you just... I say, encourage. Why not make the most of it and have another day out as well here at this fabulous venue. Now, please give as generously as you can on your way out. You'll see all the volunteers in their red T-shirts with their buckets as well, all helping to keep the show on the road for many, many years. And wonderful thanks to the many, many people who've put this together with the help, of course, of the local councils and the many, many sponsors. Far too many to mention immediately, but we have given them credit throughout the course of the day. They are headlined by the Mercure and the Ibis hotels, but also Big Wave making a huge amount of help, and literally dozens and dozens. And thank you also additionally to BBC Radio Devon for providing light entertainment for us leading up to the start of the air show this afternoon. But special thanks to the Royal Air Force, the Royal Navy, and of course all the civilian teams and pilots for providing the spectacular air display, supported and managed by TSA Consulting. The boys upstairs from me, concentrating all day long to ensure they deliver a safe and effective show. But it's the volunteers and indeed you yourselves, the public, as well as everybody else, for making this such a fabulous day out. Do enjoy yourselves, go carefully, and see you tomorrow.